Hello. I am having a good day. I found my strength recently in my confidence in what I'm building. Last night felt really fucking good. Just that to be able to to push forward and not be threatened, not feel threatened, because I feel so confident in what I'm building that even if someone tries to make something similar to what I'm building, I'm gonna always exist. And having the faith in what I'm building and having the, like, I have so much faith in this project. Like, I can't even begin to describe it to you. I have so much faith. I believe in myself. I believe in this project. I believe in the fact that I'm not wasting my time. Someone super cool going really fast down a hill right after it rained. They're so cool. Not really. They're risking their lives and whatever. Anyway, yeah, dude, I feel like, hold on a second, let me see something. Yeah, that goes up there. Okay. I feel really confident. I feel like last night, yesterday, I spoke through some things, and I was like feeling like super insecure because someone I really admire is working on like a part of their project that's very, very similar to what I'm building, except I'm making it more generalized. I'm making infrastructure. So it's kind of cool. Like the infrastructure that I'm building, and I really like it a lot. So I'm feeling really confident about it though. And I'm not threatened by anybody doing anything similar, which I feel like I haven't I've experienced that before, but never like lived it to the point where it's like it didn't make me want to like hurry up or rush. It didn't make me worried. I didn't even feel cautious because it's something I work at every single day. So it kind of felt really good. I also found my ethics in the sense of who I am as a person are so uncommon that people would question me about going behind their backs, and I'm like, dude, I told you that I wouldn't do that. And I follow through with what I say. I'm not trying to stop people or do things like that. Like trying to build what other people are building. I'm trying to build what I'm building. I want to build what I'm building. I'm like, I don't want to build what other people are doing. I have no stake in that. I have a stake in what I'm doing, which is to create opportunity for people, content creators, businesses that can't afford this kind of stuff, that can only afford open source software, that they can't afford a SaaS. The ability to be able to string together free systems and like basically build whatever they want. That's important to me. Kind of like what Linux did. Linux inspires me a lot. I'm looking to make infrastructure. I don't want to make. I'm not looking to make money. That's the part that pisses me off. Is like, I'm like, people think that my goals are as small as money. It's like that's too small. That's small time. Small time. I'm looking for this right here, and this right here. I want people to tattoo my face on them someday. Like I'm looking for for that real. The only thing that actually matters is to contribute something so massive that people in the future benefit from it. That's what I'm looking to build. I'm not looking to build for money. And it might not get me, VCs or people like that or whatever the fuck, but like, this is who I am. And I will always attract the right people. Like the people that understand me, the people that get me. I do get impatient. I'm not gonna lie. I do feel like sometimes I gotta rush because I want to see it made. Not because of like competition or money or any of that stuff. That's what I'm looking to do. So anyway, it's frustrating. I'm very frustrated my friend said that to me. It's just such a dog-eat-dog, like, it's like so, like, and it's trauma. It's not a reflection of who I am as a person. It's not even a reflection of him as a person. I think it's more a reflection of the society that we live in. More than anything else. So anyway, I'm gonna get back to work. Alrighty, so let's take a look at this. I was working through these questions, still just continuing it. Let's see, it's 3 p.m. Alright, we got plenty of time. Let's put a solid 6 hours into the day. Oh yeah, I should probably put on some music, right? Gotham Jazz. Oh wait a second, it's pumped through the wrong channel. Fuck. There we go. Alright, so I could do logic around that. I think it'd be worth just keeping the ticket and updating it to basically address the containing folder. Like if it's a folder that's locked down and has files in it, I mean, odds are they wouldn't change the permissions like as it's connected to the dock. Most people don't know about that kind of stuff. Most people don't know about that kind of stuff. Most people don't think about that kind of stuff too. I would say in terms of the logic for the containing folder, I would say look at the path. If the files say look at the path of the files that are in the corresponding folder. I'm going to be updating the watchdog to also document the folders, not just the files, just because I'm reworking my logic for that. It's just, this is something that I've been working on for a hot minute. It's a ticket somewhere already, but yeah, basically I think that addressing that part. Alright, I'm gonna change the fucking volume, it's so loud. There we go. Alright, but basically I think addressing that part, I would just do logic in relation to the path. If the folder is not scannable, then look for files that have that folder name within the path, and then basically if you can't read them, do the same thing as the files in that instance. Mark them in the same way because you can't verify or can't. But either way, I think that's such an edge case for like a user that is trying to like, they would have to, if they were to limit the ability for the root to be able to access the folder, then they would be basically locking themselves out of it, like as the admin. I feel like I would add, but then like the watchdog happens at root. So I feel like if the admin was trying to create like some sort of permissions lock for themselves that only they can access, then I think that would be, I would need to build out another permission system for actually editing permissions. Technically, there's two levels of permissions currently. There's the admin user, and then there's like a guest. A guest would have specific folders they have access to. That's my current permissions, the architecture there. I think having, I mean, if you had a person you were working with that wasn't an admin that couldn't have access to everything, no, I mean that was an admin, but then you didn't want them to have access to one other folder, like one specific folder, then that would be something else. That'd be more doc level logic. Let's make that for like a ticket for a potential feature. But in relation to this stuff, I think the logic I laid out for the containing folder works for that. What do you think? Run that by an Opus model, please. Thank you. All right. Yes, please. I think that adding it to that ticket 383, if that's the one that basically talks about adding the folder path to the database, then yes. The folder. I think that the ticket sweep would was it run during this ticket sweep here, like when CodeWriter was going through it, or is it still like in the tickets, like open tickets, that it's not in the to do underscore LLM dot MD file? Because if it still hasn't been worked on yet, then I think amending it to it would be really great. Or was 383 this current ticket? That's the other question. And then yes, a new separate ticket for the per folder permissions. Yes, I would do. I think that then yeah, we also need to create a way to basically some sort of feedback for non-accessible folders. It already has some sort of error output for that. I think that we could tie it to that variable, couldn't we? All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. Holy shit. My humps, my humps. Check it out. Yep. All right, cool. Active. That's like a whole restructure. It's so upstream. It's like, ugh. That's an annoying one. Actually, park it. Yeah, King Bink. I fucking missed that cat. He has good energy. He was, I did a little bit of DMT with him one time. Just a little bit. I miss that guy so much. He's such a sweetheart. Good people. I missed him a lot. Damn! Alright, this is a way better fucking... This is in 1940s though. This is like... That screechy ass sax, I think it's like 50s. It's big band, but it's like 50s big band, not 40s. It's like calling 1940s noir jazz. But it's not really 1940s, it's like 50s. Ba, 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 ba. Yes, I remember this one. Wait, what's the questions here? Can you summarize questions? I'm not gonna... Let me just read this one. I'll just be patient. Fuck. Okay. Query half non-structural, buildable, end-to-end. Fits 3 existing code homes with 0 files. So, I think this was in relation to the scan tool, right? Before you actually summarize the questions, answer that one. Just answer this question. Duplicate files. So it shouldn't be cleaning up duplicate files. That's not within the scope of what I want. It's supposed to be able... the ticket, I think, was supposed to be that you make it possible to have duplicate files, so it doesn't delete something that exists somewhere else just because it exists somewhere else from the database. Tomfoolering. So what's the point here? Right. No, it should check hash. It still should check hash though. For making sure, for like updating the hash value, and verifying that a code like a file was actually updated. That's a little weird. Don't remove that yet. Or maybe it got unused now because of the fix for, because beforehand it was deleting duplicate hash values potentially. That might have been the part of the fix. I'm confused then. What is this about? Da, 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 da. No, 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 Yep. Right, but I'm talking about this particular one that we're addressing now, like the current question that we are addressing, the current ticket that we are addressing. Can you re-explain it one more time briefly? Because I don't... Okay, let me see. Alright, that's kind of like up in the air. So it's basically to find, it's a tool to basically find duplicates. It's like a function to basically find duplicates, and then basically output some sort of UI variable for like, it emits some sort of UI. It emits some sort of UI output, and then after that you get you could like pick what to do with that file. Do you want to delete? Do you want to do blah 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 whatever, right? I think that this shouldn't occur during the scan, or maybe it should build a list or a database that the user can then address on a later date. Basically create a bin. Because then the problem is, it's like, what if the drive is not connected and it's just looking through the database? So it's like, that's kind of like meh. I think this would be a cool feature for the future. Why would it need to be split? I mean, I would add that to the architecture to basically have a new table inside of the database for just this. And then basically potentially add a button in storage data control or command center, whatever the fuck I called it, that basically could access those, and then you can make decisions on that. Then in terms of like, you know, it's like you build, it pulls out a list, and it's like you can click on it, maybe two different columns, like one of, like in terms of two different windows. One window has like all of the duplicates, and then the other one has the duplicate locations. And then that way it can set, like, you can say, what do you want to do with each one of these? And then it can tell you which, you can see the path, so you can see which drive has it. I think that would be a good approach for that. But that's basically if you want to do, I think that's a lot for something that's like duplicate files, which is like, in terms of this, like the scheme of priorities, this is not really one of them. I would add that to the ticket, then have like the, yeah, like the UI panel and the query, that's two different sides to it. Basically have it update on scan for a file, like if you're scanning a drive, and then have it be like a later date decision kind of a thing. But then honestly I would add that to the design for the actual ticket, and then I would park it instead of doing it right now, because this is not like a huge priority. There's definitely things that are like more important right now. Alrighty. Yes, correct. Nice job, dude. I fucking love my workflows. God damn, I love my workflows, dude. It's rocking it. Database, health, self restart, right queue. That's pretty... The bug as originally described no longer exists. The old require functions already replaced by a queue-based write system, correct? What's left in real structural ask? The writes survive a restart. But it should always be like, if it writes anything, like as soon as it restarts, the second it starts writing anything, it should just be going to the latest, I mean the earliest item that was added to the queue before it gets to the later stuff. By default, that logic works that way. Does that compensate for the find during the investigation? And by the logic for the queue ingestion, it works that way. So if something was never executed, it doesn't get deleted. It doesn't get deleted until it gets ingested. Like if something was ingested, then it gets deleted. It doesn't get deleted from the queue before getting ingested to the wait. Okay, good. That's correct. Oh, so basically what you're saying is that if it restarts, it doesn't just automatically start ingesting whatever's in the queue. What I'm saying is that the next time anything is added to the queue, it would have to go by the logic of the queue ingestion. It would have to start at the top of the list. So it would eventually get ingested. Does that make sense? I mean, yeah, it's a little sloppy. Adding something that would basically ingest right after restart is not the worst idea in the world, honestly. But was the health check for the, like the health checker, like the status health checker for the watchdog and database and all that sort of stuff, or whatever, the database built out though, or was that just not? Because I know this is before I added this ticket, before I added the queue ingestion system, so it kind of is not a problem anymore as long as it follows the queue ingestion system. But I don't want to just depend on it not breaking as the fix, you know? I think having that safety is still valuable for whatever unforeseen reason. Okay. I think inside of ours watchdog.py works. I think the system C. What the fuck? I think the system CTL restart is good. I mean, is there anything else I would need for other than that? I think 3 database errors consistently would be more than enough. Or 5. I mean, how many do you actually need before you want to restart? And it already has the... It would have the ingestion command right after... Like, from the queue right after restarting. I mean, sure. That seems really... safe and sound to me. We're getting there. I think I should finish these today. I miss King Bink. He was so sweet. Good person. System D file, union file, yes, real one, real gap, what? Then is it redundant? Wait, I already have the health check. I forgot about this one. I mean, is this redundant now, or is that like, is it good to have that redundancy safety? Maybe. I think so. I think checking how many times it tried to restart before doing a manual restart like that. I mean, it's the same exact restart. If it failed that way, it's going to fail the other way. Is there any benefit to this redundancy? Redundancy does not mean useless. Redundancy means a fallback, right? So is it a valid fallback, or is it gonna just be trying the same exact thing that has already been failing? That's what I'm asking. I forgot about that one. That's like the, yeah, that's like the restart. Wait. Run that through an Opus model. Do not run it through your stuff. I want Opus logic, please. Thank you. Oh shit, I haven't been recording. Fucker. I fucked up. Alright, well this is gonna take a hot second, so I'll stop recording here quickly too. No, but it exists. I remember the thing that you literally just pointed out that exists is literally what I was referring to, not another ticket. Sorry, this is in relation to the watchdog. I mean, but it should also... I guess I got confused in relation to the database because you were referring to a lockout originally, so that kind of like threw me off. But if this is in relation to the watchdog, then... yeah, that's pretty much what I was referring to. I just misspoke there too. Fuck that up. Yeah, it should just be a single tool that basically handles the watchdog and reset for the database. So it's like if the database gets locked up or the watchdog gets canceled or whatever, it should be able to handle either or also be able to handle both simultaneously. So I would say merge both those tickets into one and then cancel the other ones, like the other two. Because then I just call them superseded. Would that work? And run this by the Opus model, please? Thank you. Oh, fuck. You see, this is what I was just talking about! You be telling me that it's not built. Let's lock that last decision to be made already. So the ladder. Run me by the options real quick. Oh, so it's like, fuck yes. Oh my lord, I fucking love it. I love it. Oh my god. Oh, I fucking love this thing. Oh my god, dude, it just came up with like the greatest thing here. This is awesome. Give up plus manual plus log for manual review. many attempts through this ladder before step 6. I think 3 times would be good. But here's the thing. If none of this fixes it, there's a way bigger problem. I think the give up would have to be like deleting the database. Right? I mean, like if none of this fixed it, there's something like inherently wrong about it. And it would have to reset the entire database. But then the problem becomes that you lose all the configurations for the entire dock. So maybe, and this is another ticket I think that we should do, is separate the databases, system-wide database versus file database. This is a completely separate ticket, and it's a pretty big architecture change. But I think that this would actually be a really good one to have, because that could break a lot of shit. So if the entire database is failing and you can't even read from it, the entire dock locked up. Does that make sense? Run this by an Opus model, please. Thank you. But I guess if any of the, it's just that every single time you write to something, you risk corruption technically. So yes, I think. Oh shit! I almost forgot. There's the recovery system I have. I almost forgot about that shit. It's a whole other feature. It's not even in any of the tickets. It's literally in the fucking Asana. So, just that'd be the solution to that, honestly, because that's recoverable. Like every aspect of the entire thing would be recoverable. Like the entire system image would be recoverable, including the database itself. So I'm actually not too worried about splitting anymore. I think I have that really good. That's a solid fallback. So don't worry about the full database wipe. I think the give up would be a good one, a good approach, and then we would do the error handling, like the backup system. So that's pretty solid. Yeah, I think running it 3 times would be good. I would say the give up would be good. Having an on-system duplicate database might be worth it, but you'd be doubling the memory. Having a separate memory system with the backup database would work honestly the best. But that's for another ticket that we're going to be building for way down the line. Right now it's not priority. I want to finish this buttoning up these fundamentals, but I think that the as we currently laid it out here, that loop is solid. Give up at the end of it would be good, and then have it output some sort of error message to the application that there's a problem, potential corruption of the database. Run this by Opus model. So I just basically, I forgot about this whole system I have. It's in my fucking Asana. It's in here. Basically, I have this backup system that I'm building out, and I haven't gotten to it yet, but let me just fucking see. Let's restart it, sure. That right there. The manufacturing prep backup systems. That's a whole other ticket I gotta do still, so that's fine. Alright, I'm gonna stop recording real quick again. let's see. Let's just oh, that was a while back. Yeah. I mean, that's a great wording. I agree with the wording tweak. That's good. I think running through the WebSocket would be solid. Let's keep going. We really got too much done today, to be honest. It's only been like 3 tickets. Let's get moving. Let's get moving. Goal. Part question. Another fucking part question. God damn it. Goal. When the app asks to Doc to write something, if the daemon worker dies, gets stuck mid-write without ever confirming success or failure, the caller just waits 30 seconds and gets a generic failed. Position nothing built part. I think this should get tied. Honestly, we should supersede this and then add any. Well, first of all, what would Opus recommend for the potential fixes for this? And then after that, we should potentially just tie this entire ticket into 573. That was loud as shit. Alright, let's take a look at this one. Yeah. Well, how is it not related to 573? My question is, how is that not related to 573? That is the exact same error handling that it's supposed to be compensating for. Like either the database lockup or the watchdog failing. take off this fucking brace. Ah! For my ankle. Ankle brace. Ah. Alright. Let's take off this sock shoe. Freedom, puppies. Oh my god, I feel so like... I'm gonna do something. Center opus, pushing it. Actually, ah! Alrighty. Yeah. Exactly. I was fucking right. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Then why can't we merge it as another aspect of it? They're all part of the same system. So my question is, why can't we merge it as part of the same system for 573? Because it's another aspect of that same system. It's just another part of the stream. Run that by the Opus model. How to take care of the kitty. Alrighty, I also grabbed a little bit more coffee. No, it's not 571. Right. Alright, fine. So, wait. What is exactly the error that 409 covers again? Briefly. How is that not fallen? What the fuck? How does that not fall under the system as a potential system for 573? Okay, wait, so it's cascading. Then 409 could potentially trigger 573. But here's the thing. Why can't it just be part of it? Like one of the variables, like one of the systems that have to fail, that could fail. Then basically run through the entire set of resets from 573 and then try again. Like say it's another form, it's another branch of the error handling of the same exact system, of the same exact things that could be breaking. That's what I'm arguing. What does 571 have to do with this too? Can you run that by the Opus model again, please? Thank you. Yeah, what the fuck? So basically, the only thing that 409 is actually going to do is don't delete the queue item because it couldn't write. Correct? Then what's restarting the watchdog? What's the error handling? What's the compensation for that? That's where I was talking about 573. It's like, what is doing the actual fix for the error systemically? Or is it just failing and then just, oh well? Like, how does that make sense? That's why I was talking about 573, because 573 goes through an entire ladder of potential fixes. Otherwise, what's fixing the thing? You said it's self-healing already. Are you talking about in relation to the systems that we currently have? I see. I see. It's in terms of the actual architecture of the actual files. It can't reach in the actual daemon recovery systems. It's not like a PI file. I see you. Fuck. So basically, 409 would don't delete on timeout fix, and then after that, the current system that exists would handle the error handling, and then from there it would default and cascade into 573 systems. If that's the case, then that makes sense. Alright, let's see here. Fuck it. Yes, that's cascade exactly right. Okay, cool. Fail fast when the worker is obviously dead. This is slow wording before yep. Don't delete the queued right on timeout. This is a new piece from this round. Not the whole ticket, what actually fixes the underlying problem. That's 573, 100% confirmed. Yes! Fuck yes! Okay, now I understand. Yes, it does. I have a question. All right, goal 4 places. On a nearly full drive. All right, goal 4 places in the app. Right configuration file. No check. Wait, is this in relation to the... That's the thing. So, doesn't the OS handle this already? I think that was the conclusion I came to about this one. And I already have a safety for... I made this... I think I did this before I actually built out the warning system for the almost full drive. Can you run that by Opus? Basically, I think my safety, instead of doing this, now was going to be basically my error message that pops up when it almost is full. There's multiple, and so it's like, and then if it does fill up, I think the OS I think Linux compensates for that. It doesn't try to like push more. I think it like, if it detects that the amount that it's trying to copy into the drive is more than the drive currently has, it stops, right? Double check that with Opus, please. Thank you. Also, I didn't fart. That was my chair. It does that. See? Let's see here. Opus verdict, you were right. It's not for the right reason you thought. Less instincts, half right, half wrong. I can leave a corrupted file on disk where I made it right. Fuck! Alright. I see. Oh, it has not. Nah. Oh wait, so wait, this is in the opposite direction. This was in relation to the actual Mac system. I mean, honestly, Mac OS handles that. That's rsync. If you're pushing anything from the drive, like from the dock into Mac OS, like it handles that. I actually know it has that kind of a safety. And then rsync would handle any of the pasting. And honestly, it's like it would be an rsync transfer if it was copying onto the Mac itself. But wait, what does that have to do with atomic rate? That's the fucking weird part. Atomic rate's towards the actual drive. So basically, in relation to from here to over there, it'd be solved by atomic rate, and basically it would not finish. It would delete the incomplete file. Correct? I remember this one. I remember this one. This is basically in the case that you were trying to update the configuration file in there, and the disk is full, so you can't do that. I mean, honestly, if that happens, I mean, good error handling, yes. How does the other ticket fix that? But here's the other thing. Alright. My friend posted something funny. Alright. But here's the other thing. If they have a full drive on their Mac and they can't even take a little bit of string data, that's a big... They have a whole other problem on their hands. Because their OS is going to start breaking. I remember this. Yeah, dude. Yep. Good to go. Then why did I make this ticket in fuck it. This is a later ticket, and it's like it basically was superseded by a previously made ticket. That's lame of me. All right, cool. Good to go. Getting closer. So it's just like connected, but nobody uses it. I guess if somebody wanted to update their configuration file path, it would make sense. What's option 2? I only see option 1. What is option 2? To keep it. They only gave me option 1. Ha! I mean, would that make sense if I change the parameter? I mean, is there anything that makes it where I can change the configuration file location and then have it set to that through that plumbing? If not, is it load bearing for anything? I mean, I don't want a useless system. If it's just for testing, is what are the testing if it doesn't actually have any load bearing nature? run this through Opus. Opus. Alright, so it says it's 100% dead in production. No load bearing. Ah! Then honestly, I would add a comment mentioning that those variables and that those variables and functions are related to testing systems. That it's not load bearing. But honestly, like the way you test the corrupt configuration files is by actually placing corrupt configuration files within the actual plumbing that it's testing. You wouldn't just make a custom piping for that. Like, it makes no sense. You test the actual piping. That's the whole point of testing. Otherwise, it's just running in parallel and it's like gonna be pretty much useless just chilling there. I would add a ticket to rebuild those tests in relation to the current piping instead of depending on that. And I would actually want to remove it, because it's like, if I'm removing it and it has no load bearing nature, then even removing one part of it doesn't actually even break anything. If it needs 4 different fixture files in a single run, I mean, why would it need 4 different configuration files? Like, there's no instance where that's actually a thing in the entirety of the system. It would basically need to handle the actual file management of that, so it would have to move something out, then replace it or rename the old one, then replace the current one, and then do the testing and then replace it back. That's basically how you would test that. Can you run that by Opus? Is that a valid fix for those systems and testing? And then is it worthwhile to, I mean, I just don't want bloat. I don't want code bloat, because otherwise it's going to confuse the LLM. It's going to think that it's an actual system. Any other LLM that looks through it. I mean, if they don't look at the intent files in the actual wiki itself, that's the thing that's concerning. Does the intent or wiki file mention anything about this other subsystem in relation to like, well, this subpiping system? Subpiping system? If it doesn't, then that's doubling down on my current concern. I would also need to update my testing systems to actually specifically say that it's I mean, I thought I already said it, that it's supposed to test the actual piping, the actual system, the actual app, not make sub piping systems. Or was this made before it was testing this stuff? Like, is this a recent addition? There's a couple of concerns there. I would like all of them addressed, please. Let's see. No. I'm talking about the dead code. Yes, add the wiki correction to my context for my git push context file for regarding this item, and then yeah, file both tickets. But I do need to update the testing system to basically not have this happen again, because I do not want it building custom piping inside of my own code base. Like, it's not supposed to touch the code base. It's testing the code base. Like, that's the whole point. It's supposed to be building tests that actually test the functions that already exist and the piping that already exists. Do that with a separate sub-agent, and also finish writing the tickets, my bad. And do that with a separate sub-agent as well, actually. Make sure that it knows that it's starting from that the numbers have been updated. So just you did that, and just make sure that it has that context, because it's skip, otherwise it's gonna skip too. I'm getting chewed up by mosquitoes. Woo. Hot damn. That woke me up. Whew. Should we just absorb the other tickets into that one for this problem? For BT 421, would it make more sense to just absorb the other tickets? Hear me out on this. What about creating a backup configuration file for the system, for the computer? Oh wait, if that breaks, then the entire connection breaks. Fuck. What about creating a backup configuration file once every couple days, where it just copies and pastes the file basically next to it, and then if it ever is like corrupted or anything like that, it would just basically copy over the other one, and then that way there's always a backup. Would that make sense? Run that by Opus, please. What number am I on? 35? All right, we have like 23 left. All right, I think I could finish these tonight. Hot diggity damn. Oh, I love the restoration videos. Oh my god. I could watch that shit all fucking day. Alright, so basically I just ate this fucking hot sauce. Oh my god, it still burns, dude. I just burned like the shit out of my fucking mouth and soul. It's gonna hurt again later. Trust. Oh my god. I know it. I thought it was like the same as the habanero sauce. It was a ghost pepper sauce. Woo. That was serious. It was like dipping your toes. I've been eating habanero sauce for like the last couple of weeks, and now I just had this ghost pepper sauce. Holy fucking shit. That was delicious. Right, it doesn't. No, I still need to detect corruption. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. For the better trigger, I like it. That's solid. Agreed with your merge 153B, scope into 1421. So BT 152 and 107, you said they're part of the local setup. That entire thing should be parked. Like local setup, anything related to local setup should be parked in terms of like projects, because we're not addressing that yet. Run this by Opus, not you. No offense. Yep. What about 153B? Did you already do the other merge? Now is what is left on 153, and then is 421 ready to go in relation to being able to just run for the next code writer?
I'll be right back, yo.
Let's see. So what about the gaps that it has that you said? Do the other, like the correctly excluded part and the correctly deferred part, is that um can we make the dependency for BT152 the other way around, where we can build it here and then have BT152 refer to that? And then in relation to the oh my god, that fucking cricket. At least it's not as loud as the other night. The other night was fucking awful. Correctly deferred, not. So 40 says defer unless concrete. Wait, so there's nothing to decide on the deferred part? Let's see here. Yeah, this is fucking annoying that it does that. No. Yes. Yes, and then can we supersede 152 after that? I'm asking first before you start doing stuff. And then run it by the Opus model, please. I would rather decide right now. That way it's like not like a half finished ticket, because if we're only doing like, was it 153B or 152B? Which was it that we copied over? I could have sworn it was 153 actually. I think I might have been referring to the wrong ticket. Oh shit, it was 153B. My bad, my bad, my bad. Yeah, my bad. Okay, no, wait. Don't touch that. That is parked. 152B is parked currently, correct? And then 153, what's stopping us from merging all of 150? Oh, that's the setup. No. I don't want to close. I want to understand 152 all the way. So wait, we didn't merge 152. That's still currently. Is that in the current to-do LLM, or is that just parked? Oh, then don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If it's parked, 153 is parked too, right? And then if that's the case, then let's just make sure that 421 is updated to everything that it needs to actually execute, and we should be good to go. Are there any other questions that the Opus model had for me for the ticket itself? All right. Honestly, 2 seconds, it's fine. That's not something I really need a whole lot of input on. So I'm guessing it needs like some sort of answer for 153, huh? But yeah, in relation to the call that you made, 2 seconds, it's fine. In terms of the corruption detection, quarantine, interim reseed, all that should be recorded in the ticket. That's part of the ticket. That's what the whole thing was. It was to run it by the Opus model to basically verify, and then you build the full system within the 421 ticket.
True level, bitch.
True level.
Everything's crooked. Reality is poison.
Reality is poison.
Go to school, Summer. I'll go on Morty's memory into a little.
Item 35 fully settled. Let's continue the loop ledger questionnaire, please. Thank you. I'm gonna finish this fucking questions today. I have 2 hours. Maybe I can do 2 hours worth of questions. I can do 23 answers in 2 hours. I would be like blessed. I lost power for like a split second. Wow. That's kind of nuts. No file lock on configure rights. Unconfigure rights. What is this in relation to? Configure. What system is this in relation to? Is this asking me a couple of different ones? For 21. Wait, was this the one I was just doing? Hold on a second. Yeah, alright, so 35 is done. So what's 36? Why was it asking me about 421 with number 36 in the next one? That was fucking weird. Oh, it was related to 421. Two things try to write to the same configuration file at the same time. That wouldn't happen. Two things wouldn't try to write to the same configuration file simultaneously. That would never happen. The only time that you're really writing to the configuration file is when you're doing the setup. That's literally the only time. There's one other time nowadays that I'm going to be adding, but that is a completely different thing, and it happens in a much different point. like the setup, the local setup has to be done in order to access the other thing that I'm eventually going to be adding. It's a recently added ticket, I think, in relation to the configuration file. I was going to use it for another point of memory for read write for the rsync stuff. Actually, fuck, I just realized something. Can you actually find that ticket with the Opus model? Just see if it's there. If it is, and it's writing to the configuration file of the actual for the actual thing, it should use a separate one, because every single time you write to something, you're risking corruption. Technically, it's not super risky because it's just doing a normal read write, and there's actually safeties for the read and write of the, for the write of each JSON file, like for the JSON file itself. But I kind of want a separate configure, or a separate JSON file specifically for that system in relation to the rsync, using rsync to basically track what is being downloaded or uploaded. There's like a whole ticket. It's like in the 470s or high 460s or 560s or 570s. It's the most recent 100th that we're in. 100, not 100th. Oh my god, I forgot to hit record on that. Oh my god. Basically that. I just did that. That's what I just said. All right. No. Oh yeah. Yes. $571. That's a theoretical safety net. I mean, I don't think there's ever gonna be a time, and we have like a safety for writing already, like that already exists within the code base, verify with Opus, but I'm pretty like 90% sure that it's there. But then in relation to 571, oh, it already uses a separate sibling JSON file. Solid. All right, so that was already in there. Okay, cool. Then yeah, we can call, honestly, just won't fix for 107. It's verify the safety for writing to the JSON file, but I believe that's there. All right, now I can continue it. All right, let's continue with question 37 from the loop ledger, please. The next question in the loop ledger. I want to see if it does it. I gotta pee. I'll be back. I drank so much water when I ate that hot sauce. Oh my god, it was a lot. It was so painful. I was like dying. It was good though. It was a very like ethereal. I want to do it again, but it was painful.
If someone doesn't call you, Camoneses, quiero darles una gran noticia. Como ustedes bien saben, Salvamón está en construcción y estamos teniendo grandes avances en la infraestructura del cantón. En esta ocasión, quiero darles la noticia de un nuevo parque que construiremos, que se ubicará acá, exactamente en la parte linda de Salvamón. Este parque contará con una electrolinera que estamos haciendo en conjunto con el ICE. Además, tendremos un anfiteatro, área para comunicación de los niños y jóvenes. También procuraremos un espacio para poder atender a nuestra población adulta mayor. Este nuevo parque será un epicentro de desarrollo nuevo que está teniendo nuestro cantón.
Qué bueno. All right, goal. Remove dead auth listener class. Yep. Well, auth listener was dead code. I mean, it was tied to another. Oh, you mean. What do you mean? What? Can you explain the caveat? I just burped a little bit and I got like hot sauce. Oh my god, dude. It was painful. I'm not looking forward to later when I have to go to the bathroom. Oh god. Oh. I see. The only thing that's left. Wait, where's the off listener now? Because we still need a listener for the actual, for like the OAuth stuff. Is this the old listener? Or is this a new one that we had built? And where is the new one? Because if there's still another one there should at least be one listener, because it's still like, we're still using it like a listener for the OAuth system. Where does that exist currently, and can it be moved to this particular file? Unless the other location makes more sense. But I feel like a listener like that should be general, like it should be multi-purpose for anything that we would want to use it in the future, not just... It's probably in the initialization functions, probably. Can you run this by Opus? Double check that. And I see what you're saying in relation to code structure practices, because now only one thing is left there. But there should be at least one listener. It's just that it might be placed in the wrong location currently. Alright, cool. Where does it currently live? Yeah, doc and it functions? Nah. Yeah, but it can be reused. All right, leave it as is. Accept done, leave it as is. And then what it said about the current can you run this by Opus? Is there a better location where I can place that compare to entry points? Because it's like, I feel like that has purpose, but like as a general system thing for like comparing contrasting to input variables. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it definitely should have its own file or be a part of a file that has a bunch of general kind of tools for these kinds of, like, this is like in relation to like changing a name, like a username. This is in relation to like changing a password, updating anything like that is case sensitive or anything along the lines of that. I mean, this is all useful for that. I just don't want to I think I just want to leave it there unless there's a better location. Can you check with the Opus model, please? All right. So just leave it as is. Yeah, leave it where it is. And then we can call the ticket that we finished done. Yeah, 431 is done. Alrighty. Accept done. Good to go. All right. Enforce single instance app. Info PLST. Can you summarize each one of the parts, like the goal? Because it doesn't have the system, I don't have the context of the things, I just have like the actual files. Can I get a little bit more context? And also the context in relation to the questions that you have for me. And the recommended approaches. Instance per Mac, yeah, but historically there was zero enforcement, no log file, no shared. Ah, yes, goddamn. Yes. Now I know what that is. Alright, yeah. Alright, that's fine. So there's another location where I have the PLIST for the tail scale stuff. Can you go ahead and update that? You place that in a folder inside of the app side. Was that PLIST placed there already? Was the PLIST placed in that folder already? This one. PKG delivery. Those are going to be placed in the correct location for the install in the PKG file. Oops, not done yet. I need to build my PKG file. Fuck. The PKG builder. I gotta remove it from the current infrastructure that I have for that. That way I have my own PKG builder. This package. You don't have to worry about actually building the PKG file yet itself. Just place it in that folder because that's going to be all the stuff, like all the PLISTs that need to be placed in a location. I was building the PKG file before I was using Claude Code, so it was a pain in the ass. It took me a hot minute to actually get it up and running. I ended up using another third-party software to actually put together my PKG, but I have to actually build that out now because now I have Claude Code and I can actually just literally give you my PKG builder, and then you can take those variables and then just, I can give you my PKG file, you can tear it apart and then literally just make the script to actually build it, so that's not a huge deal. That is honestly a ticket that can exist. That's a fresh ticket. Run a sub agent to actually build that, to build the PKG file. That's what the new ticket's going to be. But make sure you place the PLIST in that folder that I mentioned for PKG delivery. That's where the other one is, the other PLIST file. I don't know what they're actually called. Plist. I just call them PLISTs. Alright, I think I answered that one. 39.2. Can you ask me one question at a time for the rest of the questions? Can you ask me one question at a time for the rest of the questions, please? I'm just to verify, I'm not asking you to. Oh. Then can we make the... Hold on a second. So that is parked. That ticket's parked. So 576. But in relation to the info.plist, can we make... Can we update the setup.py to basically be able to build this info.plist so then that way it can run properly? That way we can call this ticket done. And then what are the other questions that you had for me in relation to this? There's like 39, there's 3 questions. It's like 39.1, 39.2, 39.3. All right. I gotta pee again. Oh my god, dude. Oh, dude, don't eat hot sauce like that. That was dead ass painful. It was amazing though. Oh my god. We need more hot sauce like this in the world. That was like straight up. No. Good catch. Good. You're not supposed to write. What I'm asking you is to update the ticket so that way it can actually build the PLIST that would solve for the challenge in the ticket. You get what I'm saying? So basically update the ticket. So basically, like, the ticket is not done until the issue is resolved, and the only way to resolve the issue is to update the setup.py file. So what I'm saying is update the ticket, so then that way on the next code writer it is handled. You get what I'm saying? What did it do then if it didn't do that to actually update the, like, how did it call it solved? Or was it still open? I gotta pee, dude. Oh my god.
Shotgun a beer. Shotgun. overstimulate you. Maybe once you get your bearings, I'll do mangina.
Okay.
You wanna go get happy hour? Boilermakers?
We can talk about underrated early 2000s NBA players. Brandon Roy.
Sean Marion.
And look at pictures of speedboats, like we always do.
Ooh, so fast.
Tequila. There you are. Come on, buddy. We'll take scooters.
See? It is your bro, Greg. Now go get hammered.
They're probably gonna ask for my ID.
No. Andrew.
I don't fucking drink water because I'm not a bitch. I drink Pepsi and semen, and that is all. I don't fucking drink water because I'm not a bitch. I drink Pepsi and semen, and that is all. I don't fucking drink water because I'm not a bitch. I drink Pepsi and semen, and that is all. I don't fucking drink water because I'm not a bitch. I drink Pepsi and semen, and that is all. I don't fucking drink water because I'm not a bitch. I drink Pepsi and semen, and that is all. I don't fucking drink water because I'm not a bitch.
Alrighty. No! I wasn't asking for a new ticket. I was asking to update the ticket that we're currently working on in 39. That's the whole point. Like, that's the problem in ticket from question 39. Like, that from this, like, item 39 in the loop ledger. I'm not saying to make a new ticket. Like, what's the fucking point of that? We're already addressing it here. I don't understand. I keep saying update the ticket, and do I not say that? Update the ticket.
Congress is going to sue the state.
All right, let's see these. Which one makes the most sense? Yep, and then also should I make it so you also build out the other PLIST file in the Pi2 app step, or should I keep it for PKG, like moving things from the PKG file into the correct location, like on the PKG step, which makes most sense.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, I got fucking chills. I got chills from listening to that speech. Ow! God damn. That's how it's done. You put pressure on them. Yeah. All right. Good. Let's go on to 39.2. Wait. You had more questions though. What's the answer to 39.2? I mean, what's the question? Okay, there it is. Honestly, the only way to verify this is to literally build out the files, so we can't really test it on the back end like this when it hasn't been compiled. So as long as it's triggered to be built, I mean, it should be good to go. Is that good enough of an answer for 39.2? Are we ready to go to number 3? I don't like that it's fucking doing this long ass fucking thing. Okay. All right. If the answer is answered, then it's answered. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's because the SFTP system is no longer doing SFTP for updating. So I think honestly I should be good to go on that. Wait, is there any kind of similar error handling that would be needed for the API connection instead? Wait, there it is. Yeah. Honestly, I would just update this ticket. Let's run this under like a Fable model to basically solve for this issue in relation to the doc API connection instead of the SFTP stuff, because it's no longer existing. And if it does that, it gives it like a full plan for the build, then we should be good to go, to be honest. Alright. Oi! Alright, it's still doing its thing. Alright, this is gonna be running for a hot minute. Yeah, honestly, like, whatever currently could be, like, I think that the final modal wording works. That's good. Question number 2. There will never be an instance when there is no accessible drives for the user. If the user exists, they have accessible drives. There's no way that they would not. The entire system is built around that. I mean, oh yeah, let's fix that after a failure. I mean, if it's still in failure and it's still not actually connecting and or connected, it should stay in connect. They should stay frozen at connecting. Because otherwise, what are you uploading to? If it hasn't connected, then it's still erroring out. So, I mean, does that answer the questions there? And then can you run these back to the... does it have any other questions as well? And then can you run that back to the model? Conflict. Oh my god, I was just thinking about this one solution that it's this thing I've been churning over for the last couple of days, and it was not allowing me to read. It's kind of nuts. It does this thing where like I straight up will just be like thinking about something, and it's like, and I'm like reading something as I'm thinking about something, and it's just like I can't fucking, like, I'm reading the words and I don't fucking focus because I'm thinking about the other thing. It's like an idea, this thing that I've been thinking about for a little bit in relation to like video. So 41. Skip somewhere already. Ships elsewhere. Q conflict correlation rollback. Solution gate verdict. all right, you say it's a goal, like you state the goal, but you don't actually state the goal. It doesn't actually say anything. Like let me, like, I'll read you the goal. First half of 514 correlation half already shipped elsewhere. When a batch of queued file actions partially completes, roll back the succeed. Oh, it does say stuff. Wow, never mind. I'm just not reading. Okay, roll back the succeeded tasks and have the watchdog compensate the database files. But in relation to what system? For the goal, what in relation to what system is this? Can you briefly explain it again? In like put more context to it though. It's in relation to verbs, like the API stuff? My friend sent me like 100 things I need to watch. Oh my goodness, I'm watching tonight, later tonight. Alright, background. What system this touches? Action queue. When the Mac app wants to move copy, it doesn't do it directly. It writes a small, yes, I already know this part. Yep. Comes a batch of multiple queue tasks, not one. Then they stay there. In the scenario where like 3 out of 5 fail to move, the whole point is that they stay there. It's atomic. Right. So undoing the 3 that already succeeded. There is no error handling for that. So basically it undoes all of the ones that did succeed, so then you have a basically a queue left over in the same order that it was placed in originally until you update, and then if you want to cancel the job, you can cancel the job. You know what I'm saying? So then that way you don't have to have things that are half moved. So then it's like you're not, and that kind of correlates with the other one in relation to the memory one. For there should be some sort of memory safety in relation to like moving things. It's like how much memory is left in relation to how much memory is going to be moved in for the full job. But I also think instead of doing like multiple JSON files for every file or thing that is being moved, maybe doing like one JSON file with all of them and then having them execute, and then if it doesn't finish, well, once it finishes, delete the JSON file, and if it doesn't finish, undo the ones that were done, and then, or is it keeping it separate JSON files make more sense? So it actually needs to be able to track what was done, so then that way it can undo it. And I mean, fuck. I also forgot to do an undo button. Oh my god, I still have to do an undo feature. Oh my god, I still have to do an undo feature. I also have to do an entire undo feature. That's an entire fucking thing in relation to every action that gets done, and some sort of clipboard for undo. that is like per session or per X amount of actions or like per X amount of days, because it's all string data. It's not difficult to store. It's not like space consuming, you know what I mean? So maybe tying it to something like that and then making it so it would use that undo to be able to track what it needs to undo. And then it's like sending it as a single JSON file in relation to that undo system would work better. Because then you have the entire list of the job and then you know what the JSON file was. But then that would require an entire restructuring of the queue system, which honestly would be worth it. Would that solve for the gaps in this ticket? Run this by an Opus model, and then after that by the Fable. A Fable model. And then what about updating this current ticket that we're addressing with having the full undo system, and then also what this covers, because they both cover the same thing, and basically making it one big ticket with a plan that's put together by Fable. Would that make sense? Because the undo system, I mean, I currently have the database, right? So it's like the database itself, you could just add another table that deletes like once every week. So then it's like every single action that is done on the dock is tracked. And then if you hit Command Z, you can undo a move or undo a upload or undo a whatever, but then have it say, like, have it prompt, do you want to are you sure you want to undo this? But then it's like item by item, and then it's not job by job. So it would have to like store an entire job's worth of data. So if we converted that system of JSON by JSON per task, and instead did it batch by batch or task by task, depending on if it's one item or multi-item, and made like an if statement branch there, it would compensate for that. So then we can keep what we currently have, JSON, or have a new system that we build on top of it that is a branch of the current system for multi-item. And then if it is multi-item, have a branch on the action side where it will basically loop item by item. It'll have like key value pairs for source destination or whatever it is in relation to the action that is associated, maybe like some sort of nested key in relation to that, like to what I like, basically it'd be like a nested key of the verb and then the corresponding source and destination to that verb of key value pairs underneath that. What does that sound? How does that sound to the Fable model? I'm curious.
I'm gonna stop recording because this is a massive ask, so it's gonna be researching for a hot second. That's a huge system. Delete is supposed to be irreversible.
So, I mean, delete is supposed to be irreversible, but there's so many safeties for that. So it's like maybe we don't compensate for delete, obviously, because you can't undo delete. That's RMRF, right? It's like that's the whole point of that. So let's make this new ticket, let's make this other ticket that we were addressing in this question dependent on this new ticket that we're going to make. So does it have the full plan put together for the undo system? Does not stop the dash. The failing task gets a .err. Stop on burst failure and roll back, not just roll back alone. Yep. So we update 417 with stop on rollback. Amend 520. Also, yes, amend 520 to include the actions, like any of the verbs that it wants to do. As like a safety in between each, like, well, before the full batch gets done. So it's like a whole batch. Well, oh shit. All right, hold on a second. In relation to 417, should we then add this? And that should be built out after the undo system. That way it can be built on that. In relation to the next thing, ticket 520, let's amend it to include any actions, not just upload download, because, well, particularly move. That would be the only other one that would definitely, that would be like the next one that would affect the amount of storage on each drive, like moving between drives particularly. One JSON file per batch. Well, it doesn't need to actually be verb keyed. So I think the batch would be the entire verb. It would only ever be one full verb worth of items to edit. So it's like it would still be an order of operations in relation to like the inputs. it would just be like the same logic. It's just that now it would be a JSON file per verb with all of the things it's supposed to do per button push. So for example, it's like if you wanted to move one file or like one set of files and you pressed move, then it would basically make one JSON file with all of the items that you wanted to move. Then if you went and did another one, it would do a separate JSON file with, and then it would basically execute in order of operation still, like in the current system that we have for like the most recent one, right? So it's, meanwhile it's still like, that way it's not doing like 30 JSON files for one task. So then it's like you can bunch them by task. So then it's like if you hit undo, you can undo all 30 JSON files, or like if you, no, not all 30 JSON files. So then if it needs to stop, it can undo the things that it did do because it has a record of the entire job within the key value pairs, right? And it already has the verb because it's associated to the actual JSON file. And then it can undo that cleanly because then it's like, then it has the record of the one that it, like, of the entire job. So then it could stop it, right? And then it doesn't complete half jobs, and it doesn't have to track which files were moved in relation to which job, or like, you know, it doesn't have to coordinate all that. It's literally just all tied back to the single JSON file. And then if it's a multi-item move, you can basically undo the entire JSON files worth of moves later as part of the undo system if you tie that to the record keeping. So it's like the job, a full job's worth of files, you can undo all of 30 without needing to undo 30 times. I agree with keeping them separate in terms of like not merging the tickets, but we need to make this new undo system first before doing the other one. So have the Fable model put together. Does it have enough variables for the full undo system? Does it have any other questions for me? And then let's make this ticket after it has the full plan. Receive the full plan, put it into the new ticket, and then after that, make this new ticket dependent on current ticket that we're discussing. What is it? 520? No. 514. Yeah, 514. 514 dependent on the other one, this new ticket that we're going to be making for the undo system. So then that way it can't be done unless that one's finished, and amend the 514 ticket to correspond and work with that system. And there might need to be another ticket actually in relation to the full JSON file workflow to update that to work with the current system that I outlined there too. So that's 3 different tickets. Well, 2 different tickets and an update to the third one, 514. And then also an update to 520 as well. I think I fed it too much. I know that. I know it's not currently part of my schema for the one file per bunch of things. I'm saying that we need to update that as a separate ticket. Like, I'm already totally aware of that. Do you get what I'm saying there? Oh, okay. I know it's not part of my current schema in terms of like one JSON file, multiple items, but I want to update it to that. I guess if it makes sense to fold it into the single ticket in relation to updating the schema and the actual overall structure of that queue system, I mean, that makes sense. Let's do that. And then also don't forget that we need to do delete. I mean, it's still a verb that, I mean, while it's not an undoable verb, it's still a verb that's part of the verb system. It's still something that it's supposed to be able to receive and account for and push it through that whole queue system. But obviously there's the safeties beforehand to actually trigger the delete verb. Full plan is ready. DB table. How command Z works end to end. Yep. In terms of retention, I think like a week. Having a week's worth of actions, I mean that seems pretty reasonable. Or having it like, or maybe even having it like an editable variable in the settings page and like the main settings page. What does that look like? Oh wait, is it broken currently? Oh wait. Alright, let's see. let's make that part of a new system settings page where you can make that an editable variable. So it's like you can have X amount of days based on what is saved in the basically receivable by the doc. So it's like the variable is set in the UI and it's received by the doc. It maybe updates Watchdog status. I think that's where most of the temporary like settings items are sent to currently, and basically have it stored there and then pull that variable. But as a default, let's just do like 7 days and then populate the settings page for the system settings page with whatever is in the Watchdog database. Shit! You're right. Fucking scope. In terms of scope, yes, it has to only be undo items, undo tasks. Well, okay. Fuck. Wait. What if instead we save them in a separate JSON file in the same location as the configuration file, like the JSON file for the configuration, and then basically make it so it would store its own actions as a JSON file. Then it would only be a matter of orchestrating the pushing the actions through the APIs, because they would basically be reverse of whatever of like the things that were done. So like source destination move, basically it'd be reversed. Whatever thing is done would be reversed as a JSON schema, or I feel like saving that locally instead of on the dock would enable us to have that separation of user and machine without needing to overcomplicate the actual dock logic. I feel like that we can leverage that data system to basically handle the compartmentalization of users. For redo, I think Shift Command Z, that's the normal. And then basically anything that is redone, unless you do a new action. If you undo and then you do a new action, it would obviously overwrite it. Then it would have to basically track how far back it's gone and what key it's in. I think saving that logic locally instead of on the dock would be a better one. Can you run that by the Fable model?
I fucking forgot to hit the record button. I said this below, this. Read it and weep, read it and weep. There it is before it goes away. That's what I said. Basically restructuring it locally instead of via the doc, because the separation of user is a pain in the ass to coordinate if you keep it all in the same doc. So yeah, there it goes. Thinking again with Fable. All right, let me check. This is a better call. Haha! You see, I was right. And I'm recording this time. Today's completion record is too thin. It doesn't carry. It's satisfying though. It's like I just want to be able to capture myself fucking being right. It feels good. Alright, let's see. Today's completion record's too thin. It doesn't carry the actual landing path. Reverse op aids fixed by enriching that record. Still small. Dockside change. No, they do. Every action, hold on a second. Every verb needs to have some sort of source, destination, or some sort of like variables that are associated with it. Otherwise, what are you assigning? You can't do a verb without having those, either a source or a destination or some sort of variable that has some sort of path for tied to the corresponding action, because otherwise what are you doing? Corresponding. No. The retention would be stored as part of the configuration file for the DAW, because the DAW, the digital audio workstation, the UI, because what ends up happening there is it's corresponding to the data that's stored locally. So it's like, how many days worth of undo redo data do you want to store locally though? It's no longer in relation to the watchdog status table. It doesn't fit the new architecture. And obviously, like, reinstalling the app loses the undo redo. I mean, you're not going to be able to keep that. That's just, it is what it is.
But we're also going to need a safety. Are you sure you want to undo? Because, I mean, somebody might accidentally press that. So, I mean, once per action is not the worst thing in the world. That way, because it is a big thing. It could be like a big amount of moved items. So it's like you want to have that safety. Like, are you sure you want to undo? Yes. You know, like that. What does the Fable model think in relation to this stuff that I just said? Does it have any other questions for me? I just undid my entire Sudoku I was doing. Well, rename can be undone. It can. Because then you just store what the name was. And And you have that variable when you do the rename. Rename from to. That's part of the variables. That's totally something that can be undone. The only one that should not be able to be undone is delete. Everything can be undone though. The variables are being sent and collected. So it's like when you select the file, you have the variables of what file is being renamed. So you have the name of the file that it was and what it's going to be renamed to when you type it in. So then you just undo that. And then if you want to redo, then that's the challenging one, huh? Then, well, I mean, then you just store both variables. What was the name before? What was the name after? So then if you want to redo, you just basically do the reverse. The only one that cannot be undone is delete, because that's permanent. That's RMRF. The data no longer exists. Exactly. The other stuff is not undoable. It's only stuff in the actual browser UI. Settings verbs, yeah, they are not undoable. They can only be set. When I say verbs, I'm talking about literally just browser-based things. Can you update the Fable model with my data that I just sent you here, and then ask if it has any other questions for me? Just one last thing, basically, just did that. That's what I said. So here's the thing now. When it comes to merges and stuff like that, it has to track the things that went to the trash. Because there are things that are moving to the trash. Is detect... Oh, yeah. Because detect conflict exists on the app side, correct? And then basically it outputs the job that it's going to do, including moving the things to the trash. So if you're undoing a merge, it's basically undoing all the moves that were done, including for the merge itself. Like, let's say there's like a skip, that you hit a skip on something after you did a merge, then it would go to the trash. Like the item that you skipped would go to the trash. That way it's not permanently deleted. And then if you hit the Command Z button, it would basically move it out of the trash and back into, like, it would undo the entire job, because it didn't actually quote unquote delete the file. It just literally moved it to trash, so it would be undoing the move. Correct? It's compensating for that kind of error handling too. Just double checking, because I worked hard on that shit. That. If it's good there, does it have any other questions regarding that at all? Like, does it need to overlook anything else regarding that kind of stuff? Compensate for that? Update the plan in relation to that? Let me know if it has any other questions. If not, then we'll be good to go with the... Just give me an overview and then update whatever you got with whatever you got back. I'll make the new ticket with whatever you got back. we got. Let's see what we got here. All right. So gold. Registering and drive. Oh, wait, it already did it. All right, cool. And that's the whole undo system. Nice. The redo would basically be, all right. One last check. If the Fable model's still alive that made the plan for the redo system, I just want to make sure, well, the undo and redo. So I want to make sure that when it does the redo, it only can do, when it does an undo, if there's a new action that was added, that it doesn't just add on top of what currently exists. It would have to delete everything up to the current status. Like, so basically imagine like every undo is like it within the entirety of the undo system, of the undo history, is like another row. So if you go back 2 rows of undo and then you do another action, it deletes the stuff ahead of it. Because otherwise you lose your place in your undo history. Why is it writing it like that? Undo history. Otherwise you end up redoing, undoing anywhere, and it's like you're not tracking where within the history you're standing. You know what I mean? Alrighty. Alright, cool. I mean, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Alright. That's correct. So let's look at item 42 real quick. When registering a drive. We'll accept done for now. Fucking crap, dude. I have so much shit to do. Generic verb check. Goal generic reusable post action check. Gate verdict valid. Take name doesn't need but no desires. Did the destination really actually appeared? Let's have Fable run the ability, like let's run this and the recommendations and everything to come up with the best system. Do a outline of it, like basically like a flow chart, and then we will make a decision based on that. let's see how much I've actually used Fable. 13% for the week. Oh, this resets today. Holy shit, I barely used my weekly percentage this week. Oops. How did I use 57% of my 5-hour quota? I've just been answering questions and been running Opus models to check answers, but that's like minimal, dude. Although I am coming at the end of my fucking 5-hour. Yeah, I know. I'm at the very end of that. Never mind. Alrighty. Let's see what we got here. Subdecisions. Oh yeah, that's right. So there are ways to verify though. I mean, there's like doesn't every one of those verbs return some sort of API message back? I mean, that's a cheap verification for each one of those verbs. Can you have Fable look at that real quick? Also, did Fable already update the ticket? Answer key. What's this insure trash thing? That's all the trash insurance and all that other stuff. It's supposed to only live on the dock side. Can you double check that it's completed in terms of what, like, the thing that it was supposed to ensure through the Fable model, just to double check it? Because I don't trust your logic. I'm sorry. You're very saturated right now. So if you could also run that through the Fable model, that'd be awesome. Thank you. 65%. Son of a gun. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh yeah, safe rate, duh. Yeah, that's fine. Well, scan drives is supposed to freeze things until it's done. So it's supposed to actually, like, that's when you know it's done. So there is like some sort of feedback when it is done. But so three format drive. Do you have any other questions for me? And what was the result of the dockside confirmation? I don't see the background agent. Nice. Okay, cool.
Yep, I called it. I knew I was right. You see what I'm saying? But it still can't feed this particular hook for one concrete reason. Oh, that doesn't exist. Scan drives. Yeah, the UI thing for the scan is tricky. We should honestly, okay, yeah, that's a valid ticket. If it fails, it should give some sort of feedback about it failing. That's a valid ticket to create. And then the other thing would be, I think that instead of just the UI freezing, I think there should be a window that pops up saying, because it should freeze for everybody technically, right? Because nobody should be touching the dock meanwhile it's scanning, because it's scanning the actual file base. So it should be frozen except for downloads, basically. Like being able to pull files or downloads should be possible still, but uploading or moving or doing anything like that, I think that could be added to the same ticket in relation to the failure, and then updating the UI like that, put them both in the same ticket there. It pretty much touches the same system, so it might as well just fucking do both there. On top of that. So then that prompt though, saying that the scan is in process, being able to hit the cancel button is important, because honestly it's something that you can also schedule on your off hours, so then you don't have to worry about it like canceling it, because you can cancel it whenever and it's not a big deal, because whatever you cancel this time around, it will catch it for the next time, you know? So it's like, it's not a huge deal, because that's basically the self-healing nature of that mechanic. Now, in relation to your questions, number one, what would be the benefit of logging a line? Are you talking about in relation to like the logging system, like for like the debugging system? Then yes.
Can you explain number 2? Yes, extend replace to also verify the trashed copy. Yes, that's important. Keep the set time zone check even though the handler already self-verifies. Yes, for number 5. Or number 4. Number 4. Then for number 5, I already answered that. Yes, absolutely. Did the dockside confirmation ever land? Do you have everything you need? Whatever happened to the dockside? I don't think I ever got the dockside confirmation for the trash stuff. For insure trash? I hope it's running it through a new Fable model. Yes. I also never got back my trash insure confirmation. Like the insure trash question that I had. I never got my confirmation for that. Insurer. Can you just run that confirmation through an Opus model, like another sub-agent, just because that's such a quick check? Woof. Alright, so... I barely used my Fable stuff for this week. God damn it.
If you're a woman, you can stay.
The insured trash is not just making sure that... The insured trash thing is not just to make sure that it exists. It's basically to make sure that the error handling is done right. Like the thing that you pointed out earlier, this. Ooh.
Oh wait, it's already... Just double check this through the Opus model, please. Oh, you already came across the result. In relation to the two small questions left, should register and register drive actions also get blocked during a scan? Yes. Like a full scan? Yes. It's the entire drive besides download. Because you can still download. It's basically you can't add something new to the database as it's scanning the storage. In relation to small question number 2, it's app side, so it can't hear for shit, dude. App side, so it should be doing that across all of them though. So it's like nobody should be able to upload, nobody should be able to move, but they all have the same exact window that says, would you like to cancel? Because if you're working still, I don't want to stop somebody from working just because they accidentally worked past the day and time that they normally do a scan. It's like it would be picked up on the next time, so it doesn't really matter. Even non-admin people can do this. So wait a second, is 542 currently superseded by 577? Because I didn't want a new ticket, I wanted to just update the current ticket with the responses. Oh god, it keeps fucking doing that, dude. I'll wait for it to finish. Like all the updated stuff. Like all the updated stuff. Is it actually... Oh lordy. I just wanted to update the current. You're adding new tickets all the time. And you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to just update the ticket. Was the goal. Like update 542, the one that we're currently addressing. You get what I'm saying? It did all this other fucking shit. Oh my god. That's the one thing I don't like. The freaking context window gets so saturated. Wait, so is 542 answered? What was the final result of 542? And how does this, what's the difference between 577, 542? Can you check that through an Opus model? I do not trust your judgment right now because I did not request a new ticket to be made. Don't undo the ticket, but I'm just curious. Oh my god, dude. It's so bad. Oh, I remember now. Never mind, I remember now. My bad. That was on me. That was on me. That was a separate ticket. You're right. Shit. It's just starting to get kind of late. We've been here for 7 hours. Fuck. Nope, that's on me. That's on me. God damn it. My bad. One of them is revolving around the scan stuff, and the other one is the ticket that we were addressing. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It's this thing that has the saturated context window. Alright. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright, let's address item... Okay, actually. Okay, let's address item... The next item in the Loop Ledger questionnaire, please. Thank you. I wonder how many projects are left, or how many project clusters are left. I do kind of want to keep the project and project clusters. So you didn't actually give me the context I request for these. You just kind of asked me the question in relation to the ticket without telling me anything. So what are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to ask me this? I am testing you. There we go. Why is it stale? Also, why'd you run a test on something that's stale? That's weird. I'm asking this question to an Opus model. Please, thank you.
$10:39. I got 20 minutes. We good.
I'll trade this screen time for a
Let's see. Alright, so just basically making sure. I see. So basically the smoke test verified that it was already done. Alright, cool. Confirmed still. I don't understand what the fuck is happening with this thing. It just can't hear for shit. I'm just so fed up with the error handling shit. I want these fucking tickets done. None of these have been actually like important. It's like all obscure error handling, like non-issues, things like that. I added a bunch of fucking bloat tickets that did not need to do. So there's like 10 more left. Like 13 more left. 14 more left. Fuck. 13 more left. Okay. That's fine. So close. 44 BT 543 recorded at C, confirmed still complete. 44. Yeah, ready for 45. Let's go. Ah, yes. Yes, I remember this one. This is a good one. Why can't we update the ticket to make the transfer lock authoritative on over all 4 buttons? Why do we need a new ticket? I mean, it's not technically done because of that gap, isn't it? I mean, it found a new gap. So it's like, it should re-enable the buttons inside of a drive. Why would it collide with a separate lock? I don't understand what you mean when you say it's colliding with a separate lock. The directory changed push. Landing mid-transfer re-enables. It should be locked meanwhile rsync is in flight. Why would that collide with that? It opens it in the sense of like, it sets it to the default state. It's basically the lockout is supposed to be a lockout there, and it's supposed to reset to the default state that it was beforehand, before the ticket, when you're inside the drive. So I think what you ended up doing was creating a lock default state and then setting it to an open state, and then basically that collides with the rsync status for the buttons. Can you run this by an Opus model to verify my smell here?
Create a new rule, but okay. Okay.
Ha. I was right again. You see? That's what happens. But wait, why would I accept it as done if the error is still the same? I would rather fix it within the context of this ticket. Basically say this didn't work, so then update the ticket to something that would work. And yes, building a shared source of truth for the lockdowns. That would be awesome. But then basically it would all be tied to the same thing. So yes, let's do that. Let's have Fable do the plan out and then update the ticket in relation to that. And then leave the ticket open and we can move on to the next one. We have 9 minutes, so I can do the Fable push there. All right, let's see. Well, the drag and drop is turned off, and the only way you can scan something in the drop zone is by dragging and dropping it. So if the drag and drop is broken, then I mean honestly that button is going to be going away. The drag and drop scan zone for that's gonna be going away. So honestly, I'm not too worried about that. %. 2 more minutes. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see. All right, sweet. All right, so moving on to 46. So 12 more fucking things. Should I stay up? Should I stay up? Oh, it'd be fucking nice to finish this. I think I could finish it. Wait, isn't this? $551? Wait, isn't this? Wasn't this resolved? Isn't this superseded by 551? Now, as it currently stands? Can you verify with an Opus model, please? Well, no, so yeah, the download and upload buttons should not be enabled at root. Actually. If I change that, would that make it so they're both the same pretty much? Because then one contradicts the other. Basically, the whole goal is the root lockdown is supposed to be the root lockdown. So you're not supposed to be able to upload anything to root, because otherwise it would upload it to the actual storage, like the actual location, like the actual media / user location on the actual device. And then downloading, you don't really want to download an entire drive, you know what I mean? So it's like, that is part of the root lockdown. Can you run this through a Opus model to update the plan for 551? And then would that make it so 552 is basically superseded? I mean functionally, not literally like in the sense of like one for one code, but I mean would they basically, they're basically identical. Fucking nut jobs, dude, in office. Fucking Pete Hegseth, that motherfucker. What else is left over? What? Basically, it's a button lockout. What is 552 again? What's the goal? Briefly summarized. No, the button, the UI is fine. You can only... I understand. Oh my god, dude. Literally, I said this. Functionally, like mechanically, it's the same thing. The goal is the same. It's just that the lockout is happening on the UI level instead of the back end. If the end result is the same. If you lock out the button, you can't upload or download at the root level. Does this make sense? Run this by the Opus model, because I'm sick and tired of having to re-explain it, because you literally are telling me the goal of this is to not be able to upload or download, and I said if we basically block out the upload and download button, like start upload, start download button, like the ability to do that from the root level, or doing, oh, I'm sorry, fuck, I just realized what it's saying. Upload button needs to work from the root level. Now I understand what it's saying. To the root level.
Now I understand. I had to look at the UI for a split second. Okay, so essentially, the upload and download button do not need to be locked out if you're at the root level, because that's an upload or download button. But what you need to be able to do is stop the ability to upload or download to the root level of, let's say, like the media / user / area on the dock itself, and basically you have to be selected into a drive in order to be able to do an upload. That's pretty much all I need to do there. Does that make sense? So 551 should not block out upload download buttons, actually. It's the opposite. I fucked up there. That was on me.
Run this by the Opus model. I mean, I think that handles it, right? So basically, the destination cannot be the route home. And you can't drag and drop anything into the route home, basically. That's the other thing that needs to be locked out. But that's more of a 551 thing, I think, actually. Run that by Opus. Because I think 551 is the UI kind of lockout. It should also lock out drag and drop. So then that way you can't like drag a hard drive into another hard drive, all that sort of stuff. So like in general, the drag and drop window can be like the drag and drop functionality is part of the lockout for the home root area. And that would also lock out the drag and drop for the uploads. And then this part right here, 552, would handle the backend side of it for the upload function. So then that way you have to be inside, you have to select a drive at the very least to be able to upload something. But yeah, so if drag and drop is already locked at root, it should cancel out the upload drag and drop portion on the front end if 551 is already stating that. So it's pretty much only on the upload side that I'm worried about. But honestly, being able to download an entire drive, I mean, being clicked into it and then downloading multiple items, that you can pretty much do that. If like you click into the drive and then download the entire inside of the drive, you can pretty much accomplish the same exact thing as downloading the full drive. I can give people that ability, but it's just, I think there should be some sort of error message or something, like some confirmation message, sorry, basically saying, are you sure you want to download the entire drive? Because that would be a good safety there. Other than that, we good. I think run this by Opus and then update the ticket accordingly. And does it answer all the questions that I need in relation to, would that, like, for 552 to be executed on the next code writer? If it has any other questions, please ask it one at a time once it returns the results. I said that. I forgot to record that shit. My bad, dude.
Shit. 551 is supposed to... Also, fuck. I forgot to add. 551 should also include the... If you're on any stage... Well, I guess this is a different thing, but if you're at any stage of the entire file base, the lowest stage that actually shows for the breadcrumb trail, I mean, obviously it shows home, but it can't drag and drop anything into home that it returns an error message. Can you verify if that already exists? It should. Potentially, I have a inkling that it might already exist.
Yes. It's 552. Alright, so we're centering it around that. So now it handles all breadcrumb trail safeties for that as well, which is perfect.
So breadcrumb is blocked now. Okay, so here's the thing though. So this would also handle the move to root, not just upload to root, correct? Solid. Let's lock these in. All right. Cool. This is perfect. All right, let's move forward to 47. Only 11 more left. I don't like how that worded that. All right. Why are you giving me the feedback like this? Yup. All right, hold on a second. These are actually interesting. All right, we're moving on to this next one. Let's see. All right, let's see. We are moving on. All right, so goal at the root home view, rename must not run normal folder rename path. It should instead trigger the actual rename. Yes, I remember this one. So what's the problem? I think it's a new verb. Isn't this technically a new verb that we need to build out? Like the API for? Like, I think this is like a whole new verb. Like, it's not actually... It's not just a matter of track drives last known name. It's literally like a whole new verb, and then also update that too. Because I guess what it should do is unmount remount. Because then on mount, it would update the name automatically for the track drive's last known name, wouldn't it? Can you run this by a Fable model? Because this is kind of a bigger one. I think my smell is right though. I think I'm onto something there. What are the two halves of this? I don't understand that. I feel like this is just a single thing. Basically, it's like... Yeah. It's a rename for drives if you're at the home root. Basically, if you're at the root home, ROOT, root. Oh my god. Then you're just renaming the drive, and you need to do a new API call for that. It's a whole different function. So you have to build it out on the API doc side, then connect it, then you have to basically make it on the app side so that way you can call it, all that sort of stuff. But I think that would, and then unmount, remount, and I think that would update the recently last known name. I think that would update that automatically, wouldn't it? Run this through the Fable model, please. Thank you.
I've assembled the
Let's see here. All right. But would that actually rename the drive? But would that actually rename the drive itself? Because it's not just a front end like remount point name. It's like I'm trying to like actually update the name of the drive. Can you run that through the Fable model, please? Then what's the last gap that you need answered? What's the last question? Well, here's the thing. What about HPFS? And then it only works with, it only works with the drives that it can actually work with, right? So it needs to actually, it should basically detect the kind of drive that it is first, like what formatting it has, and then rename accordingly. HFS plus, my bad. Okay, that's fine. Ah,
length, I see the limit. I mean, it's in relation to what the formatting is. It in relation to the formatting? If it is, then I mean, just do the max limit and make it show up on the front end. This should actually be showing up within the actual rename button, right? It should detect what kind of drive and then output an error message if it goes beyond the character limit of the drive itself. So like, not that it's actively counting, but if you hit the submit button, like done, if it's past the amount of characters that the actual formatting allows, obviously, then it'd be like, no, you can't do that. Other than that, yeah. Do you have any other questions? Alright, I think I answered most of this stuff here. There's character limits, basically, that's something quick, easy. Yeah, basically I just answered this one question. It's not a big deal. It's just like character limits per formatting. So now it's locking in design, and now I can go ahead and move on. All right. All right, let's move on to 48. We're on to 48. 10 more left. All right, let's move on to 48. Last 10. Something that actually got done for a change. All right, let's see. Goal at the root, home view, tiles, or storage devices. Oh yeah, that's easy. It's already that, right? Yeah. Let's add a little bit more split. One last thing, can we update that actually to add one more thing? Just add like a couple little, like, just a little more space between each drive, like from top to bottom between the drives themselves. That would be awesome, just because they're really close together and like they're not separate enough. So consider the ticket not done yet. Just update it with this one request. And then what is the... Is there any other questions that you have? I think that glyph works, to be honest. It's totally fine to answer that question there. I just would like them a little bit more separate between the drives. The top bumper and the left bumper are fine, but just the bumpers between every drive itself is what needs a little bit more space. Other than that, we're good. If we can update that, then call the ticket not done yet and let it run for the next code writer session. You did it again. Oh. Yeah, everywhere. That's fine. I just realized it didn't update the question. I do like that formatting for the answering question stuff, but... Let's see what we got. Recorded as B, keep, reopened, tickets, MD. Alright. Let's move on. I don't actually think we got through all the way through number 58, to be honest. I think the last two are not done. Let's just double check that before moving on, actually. Fuck, more parked questions, dude. Ugh. $54 and $58. Yes. So we actually only have 8 left. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, 49. Let's go to 49 next. Got 50% more. So I would have been at what times 50% less. Well, I would have been at 50% more than this, so I would have been at 4.5, almost 5. Not bad. Alright, let's see what we got here. Remove the drag drives here to scan. Drop zone entirely. User reconsidered over design. Replace it with a single bar. It's a park question. Ah, shit. Yes. Yes, that's correct. Replace it with a single toolbar. Yes, now I remember. Now I remember. Okay, and add a progress bar beneath it that shows only while. Yes. Scan runs. Yes. So what's the? It needs to finish. So basically the progress bar ticket needs to get done first. It would just have to emit the progress over the WebSocket. But this is the thing: the WebSocket would need a output for like a user specific output, like per user instance. Like instead of it being the broadcast WebSocket, we need one that's per user. That's currently logged in, so it's like per session, like so it's like somehow tied to the API session or the API number or something like that, but or even just have it output per user on the actual Linux system, and then tie it to the specific user in the Linux system, then update even like a fucking like a log file essentially as it did it, and then output that to the user. So the user is reading the... Oh, no, the WebSocket itself would work. But it would need some sort of update, so then that way it can do per user output through the WebSocket instead of going through the API, wouldn't it? And then basically the progress bar would need to be created, which there's a ticket for currently. There's like a universal progress bar ticket. And then after that, this would be able to get created. Run that through the Fable model just to see if that's the correct approach for this. Is there currently, also double check before you check with the Fable model, see if there's a ticket for a per user WebSocket lane.
I'm so fucking close. I'm in the single digits now. I just realized that. Oh my god. I'm at 8. 8 of them left. 8! 8! Only 8 left! Oh my god! I can't fucking wait, dude. Oh my lord, dude. I can't fucking wait. I'm so fucking close. Alright, it's running the checks. Yes, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Yes, it would write broadcast. You're correct. You are correct. So basically, now it would be a matter of wiring that to output through the WebSocket and then building the actual universal progress bar ticket and then building this one. That would be the correct order of operations, correct? I believe that shit would be... Oh my god, dude. I'm so fucking happy. I knew it! I knew I had something. Oh my god, dude. That's fine. And then just basically... So let's make that... Let's update the tickets to reflect that order of operations. I believe all the other tickets shouldn't have any other...
Can we bunch all of these up into a single ticket with the Fable model, and then just supersede all the other ones with it? Because if that's possible, that's fucking great. We'll destroy like 3 tickets. Essentially now we're gonna basically fucking try to absorb 3 tickets into 1 ticket with the Fable model, see if it does it. If it does it, then we're fucking golden. Because then I don't have to fucking worry about the other ones. And then basically I could just set it to the to-do.llm and fucking done. Get it done. Yeah, I know they're bigger. I know. I know. There are broader tickets, but I feel like they all cover the same exact thing. It's basically variables for a progress bar. I think getting them all done and updating all the progress bars simultaneously after building out the entire path in 1 ticket is the way to go. Especially if it's already pre-planned by Fable. You're not my decision maker, Sonnet. I love those. What is it? Da, 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 da. Yeah, it's a 9. This is a large one, but I'm gonna obliterate like 3 tickets simultaneously. Correct. 298, 367, 394 recorded as superseded. Yes. Wait, why is it only half B? Am I currently talking about 555? Let me just double. Yeah, it is. Wait, why is that? Why is it only half B? Ah. Yes, I see you. Okay. Yeah. Because it's only handling, because technically B was 2 parts. So essentially B was originally 2 parts. I'm coming across this thing. I'm like, I was looking at 555. I'm like, why half of B? Because there was originally 2 parts. And basically part 1 was updating the toolbar, and then part 2 was the progress bar half, so it's only taking out the progress bar half. That makes sense. Good. And that simplifies 555, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, this all sounds great. This is active, and place it in the to-do LLM. I mean, yeah. Although, without a doubt.
Technically 7 items left. Let's continue the loop ledger questions, please. Thank you. We got a finished item, which is great. Only 7 more questions left, dude. Let's see here. Oh yeah, this is an easy one. Yeah. Yep, let's accept done. That's a super easy one. 6! Only 6 left. So fucking close, dude. Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got over here. Oh, we're at 9 hours. Alright, let's see. Goal. Give the download Windows browse. It passed. Alright. Give the download Windows browse control real button widget. Yep. All right, this is a quick one. Solid. Yeah, it has the download. Oh, fucking love that. Oh, the browse button should do the thing. It shouldn't be able to do that. We're gonna have to test that later. So that's there, that's good. Oh yeah, now it has to do the same thing for the fucking upload window. Can it do the same for the upload window? Removing the debug. Fuck it, I'll fix that later. It's some fucking cosmetic shit. Let's take a look at this over here because I want to see what that looks like right here. That's gorgeous. I fucking love that button. Look at that button effect. It's so fucking cool. God, I fucking love that button effect. I designed that shit myself. I'm really proud of that fucking button effect. It's really cool. Open question 51. Yeah, it's fine. I think the same color is fine. Honestly, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. It's stylistic. I can do a later run through of styles and different windows and all that other stuff. It's fine. I want to do a UI day anyway, so it's fine. 51.2. Let's fold that into 363, yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna do a day where I can just literally go through and like do a UI day and in general, so yeah, let's fold it into 363 for now. Just to have some sort of note of it. Is 363 parked currently? It should be. Because if it's like a UI thing, I want to do that myself. Like literally go through it myself and like update the UI and make it look all fucking cool. Let's see which ones are the ones that got fucked up. It's 554, I think, is one of them. Let's see here. Yeah, it's fine. It's literally just for the upload. I do want to update the upload window though. Can we remove the upload window from the Can we update this one to basically remove the debug flow inside of the actual upload window? I don't need that there. I don't need that in there. This ticket. So keep it open, but just update it with that. That'd be good. I just don't want that in there. I'm trying to get rid of shit like that. It's like old. It's old as shit. It's been there since literally like the first version of this application. Like from forever ago. Oh, you still had questions. Yeah, keep it as it is for now. We'll do a later UI pass. I don't really want to do that right now. Why didn't it address the upload stop button bug? That needs to be fixed. Let's also update this ticket with that. Don't fold it into 363. For 52.1, this might be the broken one. Hold on a second. Oh, it passed. Oh, there's another passed one. Great! Go give the full new folder. Okay, cancel controls, real button widgets, currently clickable words only. Let me go ahead and check this out. Rename. Oh, that is light though. Alright, so I can't click that there. That's good actually. That's good. Good. I don't like the color scheme, but they exist. Alright. Toolbar button has no disabled state. This that's disabled by default on an empty name. No folders, okay, that's disabled by. Well, that's fine because disabled by default on an empty name or existing. That's fine. That's gonna be fixed by the other one. In relation to 53.1, I think that's actually fixed by one of the tickets that we have in this that are left behind currently. I think that there's a ticket that actually addresses the on-off state for the disabled state for the like at home and stuff like that. There definitely is one here, and it was updated on this. So I think that actually addresses 53.1. Double check that for me, but I believe I'm correct on that. Lines of code are currently in my entire repository. Let's see. I have this. Let's see how many lines of code am I up to? Oh, let's also include the additional tools because these are coming in soon. Copy path. How many lines am I currently up to in these, on all the files that are located in these folders? I'm so curious. I should be like almost 100,000, I think, maybe something like that. Maybe a little less. I think. Holy shit. I'm 127,000 fucking lines, dude. God damn. That's just my code base. That's not even including the fucking other shit. That's not including my LLM agents or my notebooks that I sketch shit out in. Woof. Doesn't even include my to-do features, none of that shit, none of my notes. God damn. My repository, like the main application is 61,000 lines of code. Then everything else that is coordinating it is 64,000 across everything, dude. I'm so fucking proud of that shit. No. There definitely no. There is absolutely a ticket that is within this to-do LLM. .md file that has something to do with the disabled states. You don't have to grep it. I swear to God it's in here. It's one of the ones that were left behind. Like, it's like, I forget the number, dude. Let me see. Hold on, I'll fucking check it myself. While I'm looking, let's see who finds it faster. Coordination, to do LLM, not filler, that's my workflow. Hold on a second. That's the file. It has to do with the root. Yeah.
551. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Doesn't that resolve for that though? It's 551. You're correct. But doesn't 551 resolve for that? It's a different approach, but I think the end result is the same, where basically the buttons are disabled. So it's like the actual bug that comes up when you don't have something selected, when you have the new folder, it's solved by the fact that you can't click new folder without being inside of a drive, which would populate it and it would make the button look correct. I think I'm right. It's a byproduct of that. I'm correct. Because it does look weird as shit when you're not clicked into a drive. Here, watch, I'll show you. Oh. Oh, it's the rename button that does it. Ah. What? Yeah, that needs its own. I mean, update this ticket to address that then. So basically, I can leave the field name blank and then hit OK, and then it basically would show up as if it was there, even though it's not actually there. That's basically what you're saying. Good find. Are you making a new ticket? I swear to God, if you're making a new ticket. Oh my God. Nope. I said to update the ticket. Don't make your own ticket. I did not tell you to make a new ticket. I said to update the ticket. The current ticket that we're discussing. Can we make... Hold on a second. I got this. Let's update the loop ledger questionnaire workflow to make it so it explicitly needs to ask me if it's okay to make a new ticket, unless I explicitly say make a new ticket. If I say that, then you don't need to ask me. Can we update that? Can you run an Opus model to do that? Just double check to make sure it doesn't break anything. I keep coming across that problem. It's fucking annoying, dude. I'm so close! I'm so close. I'm down to the last fucking 2. Because it's 58 items. But and I'm on 54, but 2 of them weren't finished, so I'm fucking happy.
I'm so fucking close. All right. Does one of the other previous tickets actually address or like supersede this one? I think either 551 or even the other one. Or 552. 552 actually might now supersede this one potentially. Double check that, please.
Ah. Yeah, let's, I mean, does it have any questions that it needed answered, or was it that it just failed? So this is like the actual move window barrier. That makes sense. Alright. Sweet. Alright, just, I guess we'll address it on the next round. Almost done, dude. I think there's only one more left, and then the last one. Bo 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 bo. Do 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 do. Dun dun bo 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 bo. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Bam, 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 bam. That's fucking the 9. Ba-da-da. That's that 9. Da, do, da, do, da, da. Bam, 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 bam. Da, 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 bam. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 ba, ba, ba. Bo, 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 bo. Ba, do, bo, do, bo, do, bo, 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 ba, 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 bo, 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 bo. Question 5.1, question 5.2, question 5.3. Alright, a panel to remove registered unplugged zombie drive. Ah! Open question 5.1. A panel in the storage command center and a fresh standalone window built into the. Keep it there. What is this? What is question number 55.1? I don't really understand that. Oh, storage command window was already built by the time that this ticket was around. Did you actually build something for that? Because it shouldn't. It shouldn't have. 55.2. Wait, what? A mount event race can briefly list a just plugged in drive as unplugged. So this is just like a thought up gap. It's not something that actually exists. I mean, offering a remove window for the live drive, like the option to remove as a safety instead of doing the actual remove if it was plugged in and unplugged suddenly. basically it's like if you plug it in, well, I mean, that seems kind of sloppy. I haven't come across that. Can you expand a little more on 55.2? Then 55.3. That's a real gap, 55.3. That's a real gap. Maybe we can build a system around that, actually, where if you unregister a drive, right? Then you can store it until you actually delete the ID. Like there could be like a separate database that says removed or unregistered drive, and the next time you plug it in, this would be a further upstream kind of a fix. This would be like a new ticket that I would want to park. But essentially what would happen is on mount, as part of the foreign registered drive, if it is in that table within the database, because it hasn't been removed from the ID, hasn't been removed from the drive, then it would find the fact that it was a removed drive that existed at one point, then it could remove the ID. But either way, I mean, the end result is ultimately the same, in the sense that, like, I mean, I think this would be cleaner, but the drive is removed from the database and removed from, like, and that's ultimately all that matters. The ID number would be attached to nothing, so it doesn't really matter there. But so basically this is a ticket that could be made, but like parked. This is like not important right now. Nowhere near like the top list of my priorities. It's like this doesn't break anything as of right now. All it does is just be annoying. All right. Okay. Yeah, confirmed keep as is, of course. Yes, confirmed keep as is, because honestly, this was already done before the ticket was even, well, after the ticket was already made. I think that's what actually happened. What number ticket was this? 57? It's 55. What ticket number is this? 561. Why would that have, like, that's actually a pretty recent ticket. Why would that have anything to do with touching the storage command center? It makes no fucking sense. It's already been done. Like, it works. Like, I tested that pretty fucking thoroughly. That was a weird fucking thing to add to that. Alright, a panel computes unplugged as registered drive minus currently mounted drives. Currently mounted comes from the database column. That, I see a race condition like that. This is a backend thing. This is a backend race condition with the database for 55.2. I think that it'd be fair to add a dockside fix into 561. Let's have an Opus model work on that real quick, and then come up with a solution for that, and then we should be good to go. But obviously fucking run it by me, goddamn. But obviously run it by me before actually adding it, and let me know if it has any other questions.
Alrighty. Ha! When the mount point key looks up, comes up empty, fall back to reading the drives on disk directly. Fallback idea if this is. For one, run it, it's good. I think doing a slightly bigger change so the health resolves 2 is good. I think that would be... Let's do a slightly bigger change. Let's have the Opus model work on that. Wait. Wait. Oh. For 3. I don't quite understand what 3 is. So it's basically just like reinforcing the dockside drive registration.py. Uses
But what about the dockside mount systems? But my question is, how does this affect only registered drives or also unregistered drives? It's a Python naming convention question. The fix uses two helper functions, driver registration.py, that are naming leading underscore create track drives. By convention, the prefixes are meant to be imported elsewhere. The fix imports them into capacity actions pi anyway. Purely cosmetic. Leave the underscore name as is, harmless. They should appear exactly as the drives are named. So it's basically making underscore names, like cosmetic underscore names. That's basically what's happening there. Okay, so I was still running under the assumption that the old thing, basically that it was mounting, unmounting drives, like actually like a big back-end issue. Ah. Yep, go ahead and lock it into 561. So in a nutshell, let me just record this. In a nutshell, it was not a real problem. Basically, it was just a cosmetic problem. It was overreacting with what it thought the actual problem was, which is why we always check with Opus models. Don't trust Sonnet for fuck all when it comes to fucking troubleshooting. So that's pretty much, I'm all good there pretty much. Now I think this is it. I have one more, I think. I think this was 57 or 55. Oh no, there's two more. Oh shit. What? Ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, because 54 wasn't done yet. Now we're at 4, which means this is actually... Alright. 2 more left.
two. We're at the last two. Fucking hell. Da 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 da. This kid crushed it, dude. Goes for a crazy three. Like, basically, like, 5 feet away from mid-court. Crazy. Watchdogs, file, ignore, filter by extension. Alright, that's a pretty simple one. Wait, what? Ah, cool. That's great. That's fine. That's perfect, actually. What is this? Why is this so complicated? It swapped the actual constant. I mean, that's a quick, easy fix. All three need to be fixed. If all three need to be fixed, then all three need to be fixed. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, fucking do it. Why does it... I mean, you're telling me that all three need to be fixed, so all three need to be fixed. It's literally just a variable and a constant swap. That's literally all it is. So yeah, do it. So that's question 1. Question 2, well, 56.2. Yes, it needs to do it.
56.3. Does it need to be a separate file? Can it exist within the database file? I mean, does it need to be a whole separate file for 56.3? I don't see the point of that. Like an entire Python file just for ignored, that's a whole import. That's like a whole fucking, it seems like it'd be way easier to just have it exist at the Watchdog database Python file and then literally import it everywhere it needs it. I mean, it's a tool that it literally uses, right? It doesn't watchdog.py use it? I think that would be the better location than a whole separate Python file for it. I mean, that kind of seems redundant. Then you could just, like, you can make it into a class and then import that, or even just fucking, yeah, like I would make it a class and then class variable data type and then just literally fucking import it. Like, I don't see what, would that be more work? I mean, would that, or I think this makes sense, right? And then oh yeah, it's ourswatchdog.py. That's the file. But oh, the chord was already correct. So basically the comments were wrong. So yeah, remove the wrong comments. Can you run this by an Opus model just to verify all the things I'm saying here?
Still waiting. I keep getting throttled in tokens. It's so annoying. I'm gonna ask my friend if he gets throttled. It's been a week since I spoke to my friend. Yep. Yep. We need to address a testing practice I don't like. I don't understand why it's building parallel pipelines to do tests, but it should be it should not be building anything in the code base. It should literally just be testing the actual pipelines, the actual functions, the actual stuff that already exists. Not even for smoke tests. Like, smoke tests should not be on like with parallel pipelines. That makes no sense. You're not actually testing the code base. I'm just adding this as a note here, so you don't actually have to do anything about it, but I'm gonna address this tomorrow. So, I mean, it should not be building that kind of stuff, so fucking delete it. I mean, honestly, just delete it. And we need to address like how these fucking tests are built, because I hate the fact that it's building shit and like littering my goddamn code base with them. It's so annoying. That is so awful. I found an entire parallel pipeline of data, like just to test shit. And it's like, it was bloat. Like, it was not even necessary. Like, it actually touched my code base for that, and it should not be doing that.
Let's add a workflow ticket for that, actually. But yeah, delete that shit. God damn it. In terms of 56.2. Oh. Yeah, then let's do watchdog underscore utils. That makes sense. The real remaining decision. Full 3 into 1. Drive scan.py. Also imports real cost. Drive scan lives in a totally different deploy directory today with no path back. What would you recommend for the remaining fork? The 2 same directory copies. I don't understand it. I don't understand the issue, actually. Almost done, dude. Oh my god. Two into one.
share code with. I would need a brand new plumbing trick. I mean, what's the big deal about that? Oh my god. Oh wait, you're oh no. No. You're talking about duplicating a function. No. What's the big deal about doing the import? I don't understand what the big deal is there. It's just importing a fucking, like, the Python file so you can do the import of the function. Like, I don't... What's the big deal? Like, just because it's in a different folder? I mean, that's the case for fucking UI files pulling from the backend. I mean, what's the big deal? Ah, because these are live. It's not an application. This is dockside. Now this makes sense. I see. But is that really a big deal? I mean, how big of a deal is it? Let's talk about the test bloat shit later. There's a workflow ticket system I built out. Like, it exists. This is like in terms of that bloat shit, but we're not gonna talk about that right now. Not blood shit, bloat shit. Okay, so in relation to the bloat shit. Oh my god. Ah. That's fine. That's not a real risk. That's not a real cost. That's the whole point of having the fucking file system that I built out for organizing the entire application. It's like, if it changes anywhere, then that's the whole point of the wiki. That's the whole point of all this shit. So basically, the real cost is if I ever move the file or rename it. That's a non-issue. I was thinking that you're gonna say that I can't import from a file that I'm importing from or some shit. Like, I thought it was gonna break stuff. That's not a big deal. That being said, would it make more sense to have a separate file that has these types of functions? Is there a location that would make more sense? That way it imports to both locations. I like it to be one way importing if that was to break something. But if you're importing a function, both ways, does it break it? Yeah.
Then that's fine. So basically, if it was like a feedback loop, so if it was like a function that was using another function that was an import and then importing that to the file that it was importing from, that would cause basically like a feedback loop. That would be bad. But because this is like a totally unrelated function being called into like unrelated functions from each other, it doesn't break. Is that sloppy practice or is that common practice? That's my last question. Then what the fuck? Then yeah, let's do that then. Let's do that. So update the ticket accordingly. For everything, for all the answers I gave you. Honestly, it's like, yeah, it's the real feedback loop would be the fucking thing I described. All right, cool. I would rather have the modular functions exist in a single location that get called into all the files, like all that other shit. Like, I would rather that and have single functions that I have to edit instead of needing to remember multiple. Like, there's gonna be more times where I would be more likely to edit a function than I would to like rename a file and then move the location. That, especially for something that's like this, like a system, it's totally different. So annoying. One more! Oh my god, I can't fucking wait to finish this shit. Did you update the ticket? Yes, you did. Yes, okay. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Oh, this is an easy one. It's a rename. I don't understand. I need more context for it briefly for the goal. Like,
a little bit more context, and then can you explain that in relation to 57.1 as well, briefly? As well as 57.2? All right. All right. There are two ways to rename a file in this app. Oh, this is in relation to rename. Okay. Inline rename, click rename, and then, okay, the bug. On the inline path, click the name directly in the file list. Edit in place. Yes. Type the new extension. Ah! What number ticket is this? It's from a while ago. Yeah, 58, I'm not done yet. We're not even close to working on that. We're pausing that one. So is this 565? Oh, this is recent. What's the... Months ago. Yeah, I know what this is now. Inline path 2. So the true default is dead, unused. So basically, yeah, if the true default is dead, I mean, having the false there could potentially be useful. It could potentially be useful. Because what if somebody wanted to have that option within the browser to do that? To change the, I mean, that could be an on-off button in the system settings window that's going to be getting built out, to be honest. That's a cool little, I mean, that is a valid thing that people do. That's not something that like Google Drive does, because people don't usually do that, but it would be a matter of literally just adding a button that's tied to the variable that flips the boolean between true and false. And then you can have the capabilities to change the extension or not. But then you would need to tie that to also to the rename button. Let's remove it for now. Fuck it. Let's remove it for now. Don't build a feature no one asks for. I mean, that's not something that even fucking like Google Drive does. Like nobody does that. It's so like uncommon. People don't like, if you're gonna convert a file, you're gonna convert the file. You're not gonna convert it by just changing the extension. You know what I mean? that's like a recipe for disaster if someone doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. If they change the file type and then they don't know how to change it back, or they don't remember what it was, fuck that. Nah, yeah, take it out. Just set the default variable, and just set it as, don't set it as a boolean. 57.2. Fixing the one line the ticket named wasn't actually enough on its own. There's a separate earlier check that the user even changed the name. That was also silent, re-adding the old extension. And it runs before the one-liner fix ever gets a chance to matter, since the engineer had to fix the check too. The original bug would have kept is confirm you're fine with that second edit. Why does there need to be two edits? Why isn't it tied to a centralized function or variable or something like that? It feels like that's just sloppy code. It feels like sloppy code, honestly, more than anything else. Can that be tightened up to do something like that, to have a centralized location instead? So then that way I don't have to set the variable twice? And basically, does it... What do you think about that? We'll run it by an Opus model first. All right, let's see what you got. Okay. Retargeting. I agree with the fork in the top, and then the unrelated thing. No, that's not intentional. That is actually weird. Why is that? Why does it? Is it able to rename directories even though isdir is false? But now there's no real difference between directory naming and, because beforehand I think that was mostly due to the extension issue, right? But now since there's no extensions, they could both use the same one potentially? No, but that doesn't make sense because they're two completely different functions and API calls, aren't they? Or is it the same one? All right, let's see. All right. Then remove the dead code. As long as it doesn't break anything. Put together a plan for it with an Opus model and then update the ticket to reflect that. Call it not done yet, and then we can move on to the next one. Whew! Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. I promised it wasn't going to be 2 a.m. and it turned out being 2 a.m. Fuck. It's going to be an 11-hour day total. God damn, dude. This one should not have been built out, to be honest. This is like a massive fucking Fable ticket. This next one. This next one, it should not be. It should be like this is actually the last one potentially. I think I might be able to give this. I kind of want to give this one to like a whole fucking make it be planned by Fable. I kind of want this built out by Fable. I'm only at 5% for the week, dude. This is actually not half fucking bad. All right, this one's actually gonna be parked. Like, we're parking this one for now. I'm happy it didn't build that one out. Oh my god. I'm gonna have Fable working on this tonight. Actually, I think I'm gonna do that. Alright. I'm just gonna do the git push. I'm calling it. Alright. Thank you very much. Alright. Thank you very, very much for joining me today. If you joined me, if you did not, it's okay. If you're watching this in the future, why? I mean, hi. So, anyway, it was a good day. It was a good day. I finished fucking, what, 11-hour day? Not bad, not bad. Time to go to bed. It is parking this current ticket and this last ticket. We're done. And so I'm going to have Fable working on this last ticket, actually, to put together a plan for it, because it was way too huge. Way too much for this fucking code writer to handle, and it accidentally got pushed through, so... yeah, I think that's pretty much gonna be it for today. Yeah, it was a good day. Long day, good day, but long day. So I'm gonna go ahead and ingest the stuff that I'm ingesting, and I'm gonna do a git push. I'm gonna call it a night, dude. I think I'm gonna pause this music right here. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Good day. Good day overall. I have a lot more work ahead of me tomorrow. I'm probably gonna start building out this this LLM management window. Yeah, do it with the sub agent. Hold on a second. Okay. Sub edit. Typo. Hopefully it deduces the correct thing. So, yeah, yo, I'm feeling pretty good, to be completely honest. I'm feeling really hopeful about this project. I'm feeling. I had, like I said, I had that whole experience with the person that I'm working with. It made me feel really insecure because, you know, he has a lot of assets like money and things like that. And I worked really hard on this for the last year of my life. So the potential of somebody else working on something that could almost invalidate what I'm working on is scary to me. Because I put in a lot of time and effort into this. But at the same time, I have to feel confident in what I'm building because no one can do it like you. That's a fact. No one can do it like you. No one can do anything like you do it. You're one of a kind. Not from like the lame, not lame. It's not lame because it's not lame. Not from like the saying, what's the word for that? Like the not like the saying, you know, it's like not I'm not saying like a cultural idealism or anything like that. I'm not just repeating that for the sake of it. I mean that literally, like in the sense that like empirically you are you and your mind works like you and only you. And only you can build the things that you're going to build and the way that you're going to build them. So take a shot. You know? Don't be afraid. Even if someone else is building exactly what you're building. Don't be afraid. You never know what the future holds. You never know. Never ever know. That's pretty much about it. I'm going to call it a night now. And this is doing its pre-delete input for all of the git push context. And then that's pretty much about it. All right. I hope you have a lovely night now.